we'll do main monitor capture for now. So here you go. I might need to like restart. Hey Mal, give me. I'm trying to like hook OBS into Slay the Princess, but it doesn't want to do that. Like main monitor capture is fine, but I also need to hook the audio track into the game, and it doesn't want to tell me that it's there. In Streamlabs, I'm not using the same OBS as you, remember? This happens sometimes, and it's sort of annoying. Where OBS will not, or rather, Streamlabs will not pick up things that I've opened after I open OBS. But I can't close OBS and then restart it without ending the stream and restarting the stream, which is very fucking annoying. I don't know why this happens, because it didn't used to. This is like a new problem from like the last couple of weeks. General sources. From a specific application. Okay, that picked it up for whatever fucking reason. That actually like found the window. Is it just like a problem with the sources specifically? I don't know. Weird shit. Yeah. I'm just trying to like get everything set up and like finish off my burrito. I mean, bacon and chicken breakfast burritos. With, of course, plenty of cayenne because, like, I like things spicy. I cannot believe there was a time where I used to think that I was a little bitch baby to spice. And, like, the problem was that I fucking hated peppers. So every time I try to eat something spicy, there'd be, peppers in it. Instead, like, now that I know, like, how to make things spicy myself instead of using peppers, I I'll just dump enough cayenne and and paprika into like my eggs to turn them like a brownish orange. All right, let's see. Share screen. There you go. Let me know if there's any issues with it because like I don't want to keep up like 3 different fucking stream windows on my computer. All right, I need to change the stream game to Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess. There we go. Let me change the stream title too, since this stream title was all about like me playing a fucking like Clockwork Automaton. Let's see. Alright, that's a classic joke, but I like it. I said slay the princess, not lay the princess. Usually used in the case of dragons, but hey. Why are there black bars on the sides of my Twitch stream, but not on my OBS? Okay, it's just like a problem with the size of the player that I have. Okay, it's fine. There's no actual issue. Plate put away, or at least put to the side. I will wash it after the stream. That's what I usually do. But like, window capture is not picking it up. Yeah, this is my problem. Like, it's not picking up things that I start after OBS, and so I'm just like, Yeah, like the application capture just isn't working. Yeah, like when I turn the audio settings to my desktop, then yes, it's fine. But I'm not gonna do that because then it would have like layered audio from OBS or not OBS from Discord and desktop and the music, and I have the audio tracks set split up the way that I do for a reason. Damn it. And when I first set all this stuff up, it was fine, but I guess there was an update or something to Streamlabs that sort of broke something somewhere, or maybe it was an update to Windows. I don't know. But something happened, and now things are fucky, and it's upsetting. Anyhow. Let me finish rolling this cigarette real quick, and then we'll start. Oh, right, I need to post, like, the changes to the game as well. In, like, everywhere. Mm, a very short one, but no, not repost. I need a quote. There we go. Excellent. Now, we are finally ready. So is the audio coming through just fine on your end? The low droning, you know. Once I actually get into the, at least I hope there's a option for. Yeah, there we go. I think that. Okay, yeah, we're good. Excellent. Now my taskbar is no longer visible. Although that is. Get the fuck out of here. GeForce overlay bullshit. I don't care. Let's drop this down to. I don't know, like right about there seems fine. I don't know any of this, like what any of this means for the most part. All right. Give me my controller. New game. The Hero and the Princess. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Sick. I don't have to actually narrate. That's great.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
That's fucked up, man. Did I hit the wrong button? No. Selecting, like, dialogue. This is a lot of dialogue options. Wow. Okay. Sweet, I've always wanted a monarch. Okay, cool. There's a lot of stuff here, okay. That's a really good one. There's a lot of good questions here. Okay, let's start from the
I'm
top.
talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Why is my screen black? Okay. Don't black my screen. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like when I move the mouse around, the background shifts. That's cool as hell, actually. I like that a lot. All right.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job
I
to do.
immediately don't trust you
Get
now,
in there
narrator.
and do what needs to be done.
I immediately
We're
do
all
not trust
counting
you.
on you.
You were trying to keep me from questioning the specifics of things, and like this is the sort of thing that you want the specifics on.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Narrator, I woke up here.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Build a bigger cabin around it.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Yeah, I recognize his voice, for sure. And his accent. He has a very specific accent.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Look, I'm not a feudalist or a monarchist. I don't really... whatever. However, killing someone who is part of the ruling class, just killing them, is gonna destabilize shit. Unless you've already set it up to where, like, that's fine. But, like, even then it'll probably destabilize things. This isn't, like, a question of, like, how much value she contributes to society. She's part of the ruling class. People, like... societies generally don't like it when their ruling class gets destroyed.
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Is there a full path for me just turning around and walking away, or is it just give me a, like, game over thing? Interesting. Okay. I do want to talk to her, but I also want to see what happens if I just turn around and leave. So maybe that'll be my second playthrough, is turning around and leaving.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Excellent. Cool.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you is going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
I don't know, godhood seems pretty big. Alright, let's just go to the cabin then.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Interesting.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Just from this setup, like this first two scenes there, standing on the path and then standing before the cabin, I can make so many interesting things from just that. Especially the voice of the hero bit. Like that got the fucking gears turning, dude.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
She is royalty. Hero. Like, that's kind of what royalty are trained to be like. Literally, they are trained to do things like this.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I need a chair. Someone give me a chair.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Maybe, that depends on you.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
I'm not gonna drop the knife now.
Look
No,
how
it's not gonna
reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Okay, sure, yeah.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Yeah, but like magic, though.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
I'm not dropping the knife. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I'm not dropping the knife.
Then I'm not talking to you.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Okay.
You squint even
I'm
harder.
gonna do this.
So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
See, the actual choice I'd make here is to sit down outside of the reach of her chains with the weapon on my lap and talk to her. That's the actual choice I would make. But I don't have that option, which is upsetting. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna talk to her.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Don't just tell her that.
Too late, bitch.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Capital them. Interesting.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free. Fine. What do you want to know?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Okay, the phrase "Your Royal Highness" specifically implies that she's the crown princess, not just a princess. Which means she's the heir to the throne. The honorific Her Majesty would imply that she's actually the ruler of a principality. Which is still a monarchy, it's just... A principality is a monarchy that is ruled by a prince or princess rather than a king or queen or an emperor or an empress. Just for people who are wondering.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust
Yep.
her.
Then, like, a duchy can be a monarchy by itself as well. But they're often also under a king. So, it really depends on the exact fuckery going on with that. But no matter what, the proper term of address for a duke or a duchess is Your Grace. Or, you know, their grace or whatever the fuck. It's they don't have a majesty or highness term for them.
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
I'm not gonna get a straight answer out of you either, narrator.
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
You're willing to lose an arm to get out. That's fine.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade.
Yeah, that's
She
what I said.
isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Oh? Have you decided what...
You know why you're
Oops.
here.
I'm surprised I got a third option now. Alright, I wouldn't phrase it like this, but yeah, I'm gonna keep her locked away for now.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Different bonds.
And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my choice. It feels like it's just gonna keep, like, spinning me in circles if I do the locked in the basement thing. Fuck it. Let's release her.
For the love of...
Good. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
even the narrator doesn't know who locked her away. Interesting.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
Yeah.
You attempt
I
to make
definitely
your
get
way
that.
out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Yeah, right.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
They did. Yeah.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Luna Smith, thank you for the follow.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
I'm alright. I'm sort of deep in the world building mode and writing stuff because, like, there's a lot of interesting little bits here and there in this, and I want to start writing now. So I already have so many different ideas. I'm not even like, well, I'm like 10 minutes into this thing? Al, you alright? I think I lost my co-host. Hold on. I really wish it wouldn't, like, black out like that when I tap out. It's going pretty well. I played Barony for a couple hours before we started slaying the princess. Barony is very fun. I like it a lot. Oh, yeah, okay. I was wondering why you weren't answering anything I was saying. So fucking many, like, especially with, like, these two, like, personality traits, I guess, the voices of the narrator and the hero all talking to me all the time. It's fucked up that they sent someone to follow me, though. Like, why is it only me that can pick up this knife and kill her if they have someone, like, upstairs to lock me in? It's really weird. Like, there's nothing... They haven't told me anything about, like, why I'm the only one that can do it. It's not that hard to pick up a fucking, pick up a fucking knife and just, like, stab a person. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do for, like, to actually kill someone, but, like, physically, yes, it's easy. And there's plenty of people who would be willing to do this sort of thing. I don't know why it has to be me specifically. Yeah, yeah, that's... Yeah, that's a bot. 100%. Okay. Yeet! I don't know either. Like, as soon as, like, the third message came in, I was sort of like, I don't know about that. What's going on here? And then, you know, more. Well, let's save the princess first.
Against your better judgment,
Yo!
you place the blade against the
That's
princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Hold on, what the fuck are my arms? I'm a dragon? And scales all over, too. Am I like a dragon or something?
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Yeah,
It's like
that's
she
the
isn't
first
even
time that
bothered
anything
by
weird
it.
has actually happened to the princess. I mean, the weird the different font was weird too, but that can be explained away by like a different tone of voice, you know?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Interesting, okay. Getting meta on us, huh?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Yeah.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Yeah, there we go.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
Maybe this is why, like, it has to be me specifically, because I've got this fucking narrator telling me what to do.
I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Okay.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Chapter 2. Okay. Excellent. Does not restart you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of déjà vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth.
Got a new one now.
There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Okay. Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you
Yeah,
if that's what it
all
takes
right.
to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all. Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
True time travel or splitting paths is the question here.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Yeah, but like you're not telling me how she would do it or why she would do it or telling me anything that I need to know to make this decision. Like, you can't just put someone on a path, give them a sword, and tell them to go kill that other person, because otherwise the entire world will end. Because it's kind of unbelievable that one person can end the entire world, alright? You need to give us a little bit more than that.
What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
I know she's after capital T them, but I don't know who
How I
capital
wish
T
that were
them
the case,
is.
but if the princess weren't a certain inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are.
How do I know that?
You're talking in circles.
Come on, man.
No, I'm talking in facts. Just be quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything.
That's what I was about to say. Thanks, hero.
Fine. Check your pockets.
Oh, you could have told me this last loop, fucker.
You put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front. Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
It's kind of fucked up handwriting, honestly. Like a children's scroll. But I guess it's hard to hold a pen when you've got talents like that.
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting?
And besides that, narrator, I already know that you can force me to do things that aren't real. Like, come on, man. All you have to do is say that it happens, and it happens. I know you.
I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk.
I'm gonna free the princess, fuck you.
I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this.
That
Call it
first
a
line makes me
prophecy,
feel like
if
he's
that helps.
really not telling the
It's
truth
just the
here.
way things are.
Like, he's definitely like... This is one of those, manipulative tactics sort of deal. Oh yeah, you're special, that's why you can do it, blah 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 blah. Then tell me the actual fucking...
I didn't know we were special.
God damn it, hero, don't get in on that. I'm sure the hero is supposed to be the stereotypical, naive good guy, right? Yeah. But yeah, like, this is definitely, like... Narrator, I'm gonna need you to tell me the actual prophecy and not, like, just say that there's a prophecy, alright?
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Yes, right. We're here because we're special.
Yeah, we're special, and definitely not like a special patsy or especially like crafted fucking homunculus or something. I don't know. There could be like 1,000 different reasons why we're here and not like some actual real person who knows what the hell is going on.
Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail will just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
No, because like the overcomplicated details or whatever the fuck would let me make the decision to actually kill the princess, if that's what I think needs to happen. If you can't convince me with the actual facts and all that shit, then you probably don't have like a good reason for doing this.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud?
The voice, he can't actually wink.
No, I didn't. Wink.
This is amazing. I love it. God damn it.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess. The interior of the cabin is less a
it's
cozy
changed.
woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. He definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
The narrator
There's
can't see it.
definitely a mirror.
Interesting.
There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
I don't want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
Let's not
Yes.
get caught up in vanity, but we should definitely take a closer look. Whatever it is,
Excellent.
he must not want us to know about it. Is this some sort of rehearsed bit? Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Yeah.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely.
This is lending credence to the separate worlds, different timeline sort of deal. However, it's also like the narrator can change things when he wants to, so he may have just decided to describe it this way this time for whatever reason.
Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Alright, let's grab the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Narrator, have you seen my fucking nails? I don't need a weapon to kill someone. Fucking... These things are like 3-inch talons, dude.
Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
There's a different description of her voice, wasn't it?
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
So much for
She's got a
cutting
different-
her out of here.
She's got a different fucking tiara as well.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table.
Her dress is the same, though, I think. It's hard to see through the chains, but I think it's the same dress.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Yeah.
That was there last time too, wasn't it?
It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Excellent, I got
You
my
step
good
towards the princess,
thing.
but she stops you before you get too close,
My option, the one
holding
that I
up
wanted.
one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
That's what I wanted to do anyway, so she could lunge and grab the knife from me, you know?
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me? Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to
Interesting,
give away
okay.
the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
Told you, narrator. Fuck
As
you.
much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles.
I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
That's pathetic.
I never said I wasn't.
Damn. Brutal. Fuck. Alright.
Get it? It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself.
Who gives a shit?
At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
I'm guessing we'd get another chance even if we fail this time anyway, because, like... This is meta-knowledge, of course, but the game is not this short.
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
I won't.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
I was talking to myself. Don't worry about it.
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
No, I would imagine she knows at least a little bit more than we do. Just because, like, she's one of the people that's supposed to, like, be a player in this world somehow.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
Yeah, that's like what
I
happened.
hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't
Yeah, I'm not
lock
gonna do
yourself
that.
in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
I'm not gonna put my wrist into it, but I will inspect the damn thing.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands.
This is why you don't
snapping
actually touch it.
around your neck.
This is why you just, like, look at it.
And,
Don't actually touch
as if
it.
your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Yes, hero, we're stuck here. Prison of the mind!
Yes.
Become your own jailer.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
We'll die of dehydration first.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's
Thank you,
clearly
Skeptic.
important.
Yeah, there's magic at play here, like actual real magic. Now we know for sure that there's magic. Even if it's just like narrative magic, there's still something here.
No. Yep. Nope.
That's rude.
I really like her, so like she's awesome.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
Skeptic, it's magic. Sometimes there just isn't anything you're missing. Sometimes you're just fucked. It's magic.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
Am I even getting
At
thirsty?
least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything, she's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
Alright, are we just gonna like randomly fucking keel over and die then?
But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again.
thank you, narrator. That's a really good one. Oh yeah, this is perfect. I love this so much.
And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit
Yeah,
of
we're not
erosion
dying
there,
of fucking
but then they get larger
dehydration.
and larger.
It's like erosion does not happen quickly enough for you to notice it in like a 3-day time period.
I don't like small talk, remember?
This isn't small talk, lady.
Still rude. You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
Skeptic, it's magic. It's fucking magic.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement.
Hey, where'd the knife go?
Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the
I guess
ground
so,
and
yeah.
threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... And?
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Oh, I see some shit creeping across the sky on the background.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Ooh. Ooh. I like that. But you don't get the chance to respond. Something has taken her away and has left something else in her stead.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? It is. Does that mean the world ended?
It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
Yeah, I would have expected like more fire and flames and like corruption and like cracks in the walls of reality, etc., etc. The rules of reality breaking down, so on and so forth.
If there's even a her to find anymore.
That's a good fucking point, Skeptic. There is no telling about what happened to her just now.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
The hero does not seem to like the mirror very much.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
It's the only option I got, guys. Let's
begging
do
you,
it.
Don't do this. It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Too late, bitch. I'm here. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you! The body. It me! It's not a very clear image, but you know, at least I know my eyes have the I can't remember what it's called, but there's this reflective film in the back of dogs and cats' eyes that causes their eyes to glow in the dark, more or less, or at least it looks like they glow in the dark, because it reflects any and every light that you see. So because we're not as good at night vision as they are, it means like we can't see them well enough in the dark unless we shine light at them, which gives them the reflection, the glow. I wish I remembered what the fuck that thing's called. Yeah, if I tab out, it's gonna like blink my screen black. So, yes, please look it up for me. Yeah, okay. Let's see. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. Ooh. You are at the cabin. Hi there, princess. How you doing over there? You got a lot of hands. Are you okay?
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
You were like an eldritch entity? Is that what's going on? Like you just get shoved into like the body of the princess in every world and timeline?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you? Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Now, let's just say I'm a
A
person.
person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are
This
more
is meta
like
as
me
fuck. Oh
than
my
you are
god.
like a person.
Yes. Alright, she's addressing the player here and not the character that we're embodying. Excellent. Yes. Beautiful. I love it when games do this.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Yeah. We are more than what is shown on the screen. Because we have like true agency and like what's on the screen does not. It's compressed and simplified and made more fragile. I love this. Yes, that's excellent.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
I should have known that it was gonna be like this because of who voices the narrator. Like if he's involved in a project that it's just it's gonna be like this. Yeah. It's just, oh man. Like this is his thing. This is the kind of shit he does. Hell yeah. That's great. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you guys get to watch like her undulating hands and fingers. Hi, Phoenix. Yes, buddy. You're very handsome. You gotta go to the bathroom. Stay here. I love the music here in the scene. Like, this is great. It's very, like, calm but sad. It's like somber and serene, I think is the best way to describe it. Like, it's not It's like comments out of like these very like basic words. It's not quite sad, which is why I changed it to somber. Like placid, maybe, instead of serene. But I think I'll keep serene just because, like, I like alliteration, so.
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer. How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Yeah.
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Interesting.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Okay.
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
I like that she's still shackled by the hands in this art.
I know only that they are.
That's a great line. It's very understated. Like, the meaning of this is very understated compared to a lot of stuff that I call like raw lines or great lines. But this is also really, really good.
She is part of me, and part of me is her. You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
There we go.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Okay. The splash screen we started on in this section of the stream did say that it was a love story, so I'm kind of like, yeah, let's do this. I'm into this. Let me have like, let me have Eldritch Monstrosity GF. All right.
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then
Interesting.
we will know our freedom.
Okay, so the game is literally just telling you, hey, go do as much as you can to get the real ending. Yeah, this is really cool. I like this so much. Yeah, because I do similar shit like this in Well of Souls. Like, this is my thing when the cosmic stuff for Well of Souls is this. God damn it. Like, I base the way that characters talk about it on, like, Bloodborne. Like, people always talk about, like, eyes and being able to see, being blind, and beastly idiocy, this sort of thing. But, like, the way it actually works is more like this. This right here. Because, like, Gwyneth, in some scenes that I've written that I haven't gotten to use yet because Roran is still, like... The trig has taken a while to post for Roran. Anyway... in some scenes I've written, she talks about, like, weight in the world and, like, experience lending that weight, wearing yourself into a groove, wearing a groove of yourself into the world so that things can't just simply eject you from it. You know, like, there's all this, like, weird story shit. It's like making stories like a fundamental part of how the world works. I think is... Like, it's more overt in my work than it is in a lot of other stuff, but, like, Cinderfall is what inspired me to do this like that. And then, like, I found a couple other, like, very rare instances of it happening, too, and, like, it just builds more and more until it's just like, yes, this is the kind of stories that I want to tell.
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
It's an interesting perspective, I guess. Like she's saying that just because she's conscious doesn't mean she's living yet.
Everything, until we meet again. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Interesting. Okay, so this one is like a sort of like there's a limited number of routes that you can take in the game because it's a game. You know, it's not a real occurrence. So like, just do the ones that you got here, or that you want to do, and you'll be fine. Hell yeah! All right.
Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Yeah. Okay.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
That's right. We can be like Eldritch entity spouses and like destroy worlds if we want to. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Ah, damn it. Okay, what does it do? Interesting. I like that a lot. That's cool as hell. Yeah, thank you for saying that, because like I would have chosen this and then showed off my desktop.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
What? Okay, that was sudden. Alright. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the prisoner to her. Oh, it just restarted me from chapter 1 instead of going to chapter 3 this time.
You're on a path
That's cool as
in
fuck.
the woods. And at the end of that path,
The real
is a
slave of
cabin.
princess starts here.
And in the basement of that
That's
cabin
really good.
is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
For fuck's sake, what am I getting a goddamn text message for now? Are you fucking kidding me? Coffee, ice packs, and food, and I'm just like, bitch, make your goddamn own. Like, I don't like getting this angry on stream. Like, I really don't. Normally when I'm frustrated, or like I raise my voice and put like the anger edge on it, it's just for a joke or whatever the fuck. But this, I fucking hate this. Like, all that happened was they slept funny, so their shoulders hurt. They can make and get their own goddamn food. It's not... Don't treat your housemates like this, even if they don't have any money. Like, it doesn't... Don't treat people like this, no matter who they are to you. Don't do it. I'll be back in a minute. Fucking... All right, we're back. But like, quick PSA: don't. If you are in pain and there's no one that believes you around you, get the fuck out. Like, as I'm so fond of saying, if it's daft, hop the twig, right? It means like, if it's stupid, if it sucks, hit the brakes, get the fuck out. No matter what you have to do, just get the fuck out. Find someone, find people that will believe you when you say you're in pain and care about you when you say you're in pain.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
hardwired into us as humans that no matter what neurodivergence you have, no matter what trauma or mental illness you have, you need support from other humans. Or from other people in general. Let's just like open that up to like fucking aliens too if they want to show up and fucking bail us out of some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like, we need socialization and help and support. Like, that's the reason why we even like became the dominant species on the planet in the first place, is because we fucking help each other.
Yep.
So like,
Like,
if you
I-
live in a place or you have family or so-called friends that don't help you, that don't care about you, fucking leave as soon as you can. Get out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, this is how I can tell my housemate doesn't care about the amount of pain I'm in or my disability, or maybe they just don't fucking believe me that it hurts as much as I say it does. Which, on that point, fair, I guess, because I don't really show a reaction to pain unless it's really, really bad. Of course, I do show a reaction to it because it's really, really bad. The pain I'm currently in, like, you'll hear me groan and, grunt when I shift in my chair and hurt, like, my legs twinge or whatever the fuck. It's like, but yeah, to most people that sounds like, oh, it's a minor pain. This person is just like they got some aches and pains or whatever. They're just like, muscle pain or whatever. No, I don't show a reaction to pain until it gets really bad. And you would think people that have known me for 6+ years, like my housemate, would know that. Like, I have stabbed myself in the finger with a fucking butcher knife, no, not butcher knife, a chef's knife before, and nothing. I didn't even say ow. I was just like, oh shit. Like, I gave myself 3rd-degree burns with boiling water once, and like I just went on to stream for the next 3 days. And that was like, 2 years ago now, I think that happened. Like, I poured boiling water all over my fucking hand when I woke up on accident, because like I was trying to pour water into a cup noodle from my kettle, and I missed and hit my hand, just poured it over my hand for like 3 seconds. My hand swelled up the size of a fucking grapefruit. And I never actually vocalized the I never actually vocalized the pain like through like vocalization. All I said was just like, oh yeah, this really fucking hurts, and I just had my hand in a bowl of ice water. It takes a lot for me to actually vocalize my pain. So like, you would think that when people know me a long time, they would understand that. But no, my family and this person I live with does not, apparently. Either that or they just don't fucking care in the first place, because no one cares. No one comes and helps me do anything. I'm always the one carrying shit around, standing on my feet all the time, cooking for everyone. Like, my housemate gets to the point where like they don't care about how much pain I'm in, because they just want someone to go with them to the store. That's it. They just want someone to walk around the store with them. But they just don't care that hurts me. It's very frustrating, and I fucking hate it. Like I said before we took the break, like, I normally don't like doing this on stream. I hate doing this on stream, actually. I was saying last night that I deliberately try to be open and honest about like the troubles that I go through, because I didn't say why. It's because I want it to be like a good influence on the world at large. I want to normalize this stuff. But me personally, I'm actually very private. I don't like talking about these things. I'm just doing it anyway because I think it'll do something good in the world. Not a lot. I don't have a lot of influence or anything like that. But with a couple of people here or there, I might change the minds, and that's good enough for me. That's worth it for me. But I don't like being angry or ranting about these things on camera because of this. Like, I just... Son of a bitch. So, like, I'm just saying here that you don't expect this to happen very often. If you're watching the VOD or you're coming in just now and you think, oh, fuck, this person, like, is ranting and raving and being a frothing at the mouth lunatic. No, this doesn't happen very often. Like, this is the first time I've done this in years, I think. So, it's very rare. Normally, all that happens is just like, I'll swear a bit. It's just like, son of a bitch, I got a text message, hold on. or whatever. You know, that's usually all it is. It's not a 10-minute rant of me like screaming about something. All right, I'm not that kind of content creator. I'm not even that kind of person in the first place. I don't like doing that.
Nope. I can say, knowing them for years, not that kind of person.
Anyway, ow, fucking son of a bitch. I flung my arms up like it's like, oh yeah, let's just do the thing. Let's start. You know, making the motion, and I forgot about my fucking shoulder. I thought I was getting better yesterday, but I must have slept funny again last night because it's back to how it was the first day, and that's upsetting. Actually, I've been considering that maybe it might actually be my disability. Like, I don't have a diagnosis, so I don't know if it's actually centralized to my knees or if it's just like all my joints are fucked and I'm only noticing it in my knees for the most part because those are the worst, right? So like maybe
that would make sense.
my left shoulder is kind of fucked and so is my right. Like both my shoulders are kind of not great because of all the shit that I've done and been through in my life.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just like I slept on it funny and made it a little sore and that sort of like broke the dam, I guess. I hope not because like that sucks.
Yeah, no. Probably it's just one of those things where it's gonna take longer to heal than it would for somebody who didn't have your problems.
Yeah, maybe I need to take like some ibuprofen to help with like inflammation or something. I don't know. I haven't been taking any like the past week or so, so I don't know if it would help.
Yeah, that might be worth doing.
You know what? Yeah, let's take a low dose real quick.
Yeah.
Low dose for me is still like normal dose for everyone else, by the way. It's just like my body is like fucked and weird, so like I usually take 3 to 4 times the normal dose for my headaches, and it barely does anything even at that point. I lowered it to 3 times the normal dose because I didn't want it to like fuck with my body too much. You know, I didn't want to get used to the 8 pills instead of 6 or whatever, and then have to up it again. So I'm just sort of like hovering around at 6 right now. At least we left off with this like very nice Slave the Princess music in the background.
Yeah, the music is very good. And I knew the moment we got to the long quiet, the almonds would really activate.
Oh yeah, that's some neuron activation right there. All right, let's see. Here we go. All right. Add back in. Deal with the black screen for a second. All right. Oh yeah, it's just giving me all the same options as the first time, huh?
Yep, meta-wise, you have forgotten everything.
Yeah. Okay, so let's choose our path this time. Since we just took the route where we tried to save her twice.
Alright.
No, we didn't try to save her the second time. We fucking locked ourselves up on accident the first time.
Yeah,
Or
we
the second
locked her.
time.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't need to ask
I
all
guess-
these questions again because these are just exploration stuff. I don't think these have any tags in them, right? Or flags?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Like, it didn't seem like it referenced any of the questions that I'd asked at the beginning last time, at least. Alright.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further.
It seems like there's only 3 routes in the beginning, in this first chapter. It's kill the princess, die to the princess by freeing her, or leave. Leaving might have another couple of options, but like that's just what it
Yeah,
seems like to start.
She will lie,
Yeah, there's a...
she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying
Hold
her.
on, I need to blow my nose.
Don't believe a word she says.
I don't remember.
Yeah, leaving down the path is different from keeping her locked up.
Yeah, now Mal's not streaming today, so like they get to hear my honks.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to bother.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, because like the leaving her locked up meant that like I got
She
locked in
knew.
the basement with her. Is what that did, more or less.
Oh, that did... Oh, okay. There is actually a way to leave her locked up. I don't know how you get it though.
Maybe I just fucked up with the dialogue, or no, like halfway through the decision to leave her locked up, I chose to free her.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
Oh yeah.
She's a
that would make sense.
princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The kettle is done.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, he changes the description of the blade every route as well. Because he changed the description in the second chapter there.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Now, is the princess going to behave the same as well?
The door to the basement creaks
Oh.
open,
Oh,
revealing
Susan.
a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
It's a bold decision to actually just straight up repeat the loop rather than like truncate it. But I think it's helped by the fact that the loops are really short.
Yeah, plus you can skip any dialogue you've heard before.
Yeah. I'm not, because I want to remember more of it, like notice more details.
Yeah.
Like
But
just in
for
case.
casual playthrough, you can absolutely do so.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Yeah, he changed the description of her voice in the second chapter too.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Again, hero. That's just how royalty is. But the second princess in the second chapter had never been outside the cabin to begin with. Is that also true for the first princess? The first version. Ugh. Sorry. But no, because she remembered her first life as well, so yeah, she's never been outside the cabin before. Was she the crown princess?
Well, it's all she remembers anyway. She remembers she's a princess. She doesn't recall her name though.
Or at least she
Don't
doesn't
fool
tell
you.
her name. Tell us
It's
her
all
name.
part of the manipulation.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
She's very sorry. This first princess is very sarcastic.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the
Yeah,
princess.
the other chain doesn't have a
There's a
mantle
heavy
on it this
chain
time.
around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
I think I'm going to repeat the first route up until the shackle. I'm not going to touch the shackle that time.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Actually, I don't think you can do that, just to let you know.
What do you mean?
Those options will be blanked out. So you won't be able to get to the point where the shackle is... where you can examine the shackle with the skeptic.
I won't be able to get to that point?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it'll black things out, starting with, not letting you resist the narrators doing the stabby.
Interesting.
How about you drop
Okay.
the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I guess it's to keep people from accidentally going down the same route multiple times.
Yeah, because that would be very weird for the ending.
Personally, I would have blacked out the manacle bit, not the other part.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, like, there's more routes to be taken in the second chapter.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. Do you? So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk.
No,
But this
talking,
isn't
though.
talking.
Nerd. Alright, that's fucking weird.
Too long.
Note the lack of detail.
Yeah.
You can't trust her.
Oh,
You know why you're here.
Yeah, let's try to
That
actually
seems like a pretty good
like
compromise.
do this time.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
one way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Alright. Sure.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
No, narrator. I think I would also be pissed if I were her. Like, doesn't matter if she has... That's not an indication of her true personality. That's an indication that she's like, you just locked someone in a fucking hole to die. Like, of course they're gonna be upset, dude. What the fuck?
You'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
The narrator isn't forcing me to kill her here. That's interesting.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead,
She
your
chewing
rest
off
is
her
broken
arm?
by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the
But
other
no,
side.
like, she
of the
didn't
door.
even, like, cry out when I cut her arm, so that's
I
not...
know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Ooh, I like that.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
You know, the plan was to keep you here while we talked and I got to know you so I could make a real decision, but like, apparently the narrator had other ideas on what I was
She
going to do.
sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
You won't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Ignore her and go to sleep.
I can be innocent and harmless, if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You know what? That's fair. Honestly.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
I just heard the wood cracking on that one.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Alright.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Why couldn't you do that before, nerd?
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb,
Right on.
and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
You can change this though, narrator. I know you can. You have that ability. Of course, like, the character that I'm being right now doesn't know that, but, like, I do.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Can you actually feel that sort of thing? Like,
You can at least feel that something is amiss going
okay, yeah,
on
that's
in you.
true. I don't think though the feeling would be precise enough to be able to tell that my organs are shutting down one by one. But then
I
again,
guess,
we're not exactly human, so
Yeah, I mean, there's that for a start. But yeah, keep in mind, the narrator has only ever dictated your actions outside of what's presented.
yeah, and
So I'm saying he can't actually warp reality or change.
well, I mean, he could make me not paralyzed essentially, because he can just control my
Gotcha.
body. Remember,
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying now.
he can
Yeah,
he can
okay,
fix
that
the
makes sense.
situation by helping me stand up and fight. Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Now I understand. I just wanted to make sure you knew what his limits were.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
It wouldn't have worked though. I'm sorry.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
You could fix that,
We'd
nerd.
say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Nightmare. Ooh, a new second chapter.
Yep.
Excellent.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a
I'm
cabin.
gonna argue with the narrator
And
again
in
just
the
because I like
basement of
to.
that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
Mr.
it will be
Sims,
the end of the world.
argue with me.
A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Are you sure about that? This is like my fourth time.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
Voice of the paranoid this time instead of skeptic. Interesting. Alright.
Yep.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit.
That's really. Oh man. The timing of that is just perfect. And the delivery too. Oh fuck.
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree. Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't.
Like, I wouldn't deliver it the same way that Paranoia does, but I agree.
All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there? Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us?
That's a bit too far, Paranoia.
Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't.
How do you know I couldn't, narrator? This is a point of pride now. Look. According to the entity in the Long Quiet that uses the princess as her vessel, I'm the same kind of creature as she is. I could do it.
Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working.
I don't know that was the princess. I think that might have been the fucking narrator. Because the princess said she wanted to take her time doing it too. But she didn't. She couldn't because we were dying already.
And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can. Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world. She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine. People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because
I want to
you're
hear
special.
Paranoia's fucking response to
You're
this.
the only person
Yeah.
capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know,
Okay,
I
fair.
kinda like being special.
Fucking hero, goddammit, dude.
Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here.
Yeah, I am.
And for what it's
Son of a
worth,
bitch.
I know you have it in you to finish the job.
You can look at history there.
Yeah, let's see. I'm not goading you
Oh,
into doing
no.
anything. Yeah, it's right here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know that the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. There we go.
We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
I'm not gonna follow you, Paranoia. I want to go talk to the princess and see what changed.
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
It's weird that the him isn't capitalized, but the he is.
Yeah.
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. You see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole
Okay, let's go.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will cheat. I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
What's the difference on the inside this time? Is it nightmare fuel?
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine
door.
blade stands
The doorway
between
is
you
wider
and
this
the
time, too.
open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to
He
do
didn't
this
change the
right.
description of the blade this time, but he changed the delivery, I think.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already got out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together.
Oh,
The
yeah,
princess
you
has
can look
not
at
already
windows.
gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
I wonder if that's a delusion of paranoia, or that's actually like a projection of something or someone. I guess it could be the princess it's a projection of, because like you can see, like, it's either a tuft of hair or it's the crown of the tiara. The peak of the tiara.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I do see it. It does look like the figure of the princess, I think, just with very wide eyes.
Hmm.
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Still didn't point out the mirror this time. Yeah.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I
Oh,
didn't
and the
even
other side
notice
has them
it there.
too now. Interesting. Slightly different shapes for each one. I can't see the details, of course, because they're covering each other. But
Yeah, like some of them have more curly hair, some of them have more straight hair on the silhouette.
all the variations of the princess, maybe?
That would make sense.
Because at the very least, her tiara changed from chapter 1 to chapter 2 last time, so.
Mm-hmm.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Paranoid, please.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Yeah, and specifically the word preening.
Mm-hmm.
Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Not nearly as much as you think, my friend.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Alright, take the blade.
You reach
Let's go.
down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Damn, paranoia. That's also a good line. Shit.
Yeah, that is honestly a very good line.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Hey, princess.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended
Exciting.
in darkness.
No, I did not want to.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
Okay, so the princess definitely does change based on how we treat her in the first life.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
Oh, I kind of want to do that.
It can't be that
mean-
hard. But then we'd lose our weapon.
What?
We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and
go
we'd
for
be
it if you want to
defenseless.
do it.
If a knife is
What I
even
was
enough to
gonna say.
do
I mean,
anything
like, I
against
really
something
want
like her in
to
the
talk to the
first
princess,
place.
but also, like, there's intriguing little bits here and there that I'm just, like, really curious what will happen if I do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It'll be enough.
Damn it. Look. Where's the... Is this it? Quick save. Okay.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible
Damn it.
force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
That I would not say, like, the latter half of that. It's just like falling into an infinite... I would be like, falling into the infinite void seems like a pretty fun time to me.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten.
I don't know, I could have become a god.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Go back the way you came. I don't know, let's do left-hand path.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was
Alright,
going
you're
to
starting to
find
lose your hair,
you.
girl.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
Like a porcelain mask over black flesh. Is that a bandage on her arm?
tell for sure. It kind of does look like a bandage. Oh, did she chew her arm off and then bandage it back on?
I don't know, maybe.
And you brought your little
No, those are
knife with
gloves,
you
okay.
again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your
We told you,
being is
narrator.
coming
We
to
told
a
you something
lurching
fucked up was going
halt.
on.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Heart,
The paranoid did it.
Yeah, Paranoia did it.
Actively- Yeah, he's actively making the things work.
liver, nerves,
I love how he's still whispering in the background to it.
liver, nerves.
That's actually really cool. This idea that, so this is something that I did with Rory, right? I made the spirits in his flesh that are contained within his body actually able to affect him or do things for him, so he could focus on other stuff. In game, it's represented by the traits compartmentalized mind, so it lets him take multiple mental actions, more or less.
So he's doing what you said the narrator should have done in the first place. That is great.
Mm-hmm.
Heart, lungs. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... Okay, whatever you were doing,
Okay, gotcha.
please just start doing.
Then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Yes, okay.
You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Heart, lungs.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Nerves. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Liver. Nerves.
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Nah, I trust Paranoid. He'll get it done.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
See, Princess, the problem is I'm not the one concentrating on it. Paranoia is.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Hey, snap out of it.
God damn it.
Yeah, maybe don't make him work too hard. Shit, make her stop. Okay.
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
One moment,
nerves,
and
heart,
then you're
lungs,
gone.
liver, nerves,
Just
heart,
like
lungs, liver,
that.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
I would be telling Hero to,
liver,
like,
nerves, heart, lungs,
help
liver,
him.
nerves,
Ah,
Yeah.
and there's the fear.
heart, lungs. She pulls away. Nerves,
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it?
That's the only
I've
time
already done
her
that.
voice, like her lines, have started in the middle of the screen instead of on the side.
nerves, heart,
Interesting.
liver, nerves,
I assume that's on purpose.
liver, nerves,
Yeah, I'm not sure if we should ask any more questions.
nerves, heart,
I want to, though.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, 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 nerves.
Hold on.
heart,
Nate,
lungs,
Nate,
liver,
found Nate.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Yeah, he's 2 hours
liver,
late, so
nerves,
we'll take it.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Yeah.
heart, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I think I'm gonna fucking like export the VOD for today over to YouTube because I want to keep this as like reference because this is fucking
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, absolutely keep this one.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Okay, hold on. So, this is a really weird time for me to be doing this, but like one of the lesbians sent me a bunch of like pictures, like fan art and shit. So like I'm gonna look over that real quick. Of course, because it's one of the lesbians, it's a bunch of gay girls. So you know, like I gotta.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Nate's gonna eat ice cream instead of joining.
Nerves, heart, lungs,
Okay.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
I'm gonna hit him with a Portenos dose.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
I should not have used the tab thing because I.
Liver, nerves, heart,
Sorry about that. There's nothing weird to see there, but it just I shouldn't have done that.
liver, nerves,
This is the bad
lungs, liver,
perfectionism stuff.
heart,
Can
lungs,
you?
liver, nerves,
There we go.
heart, lungs, liver.
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then, well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Interesting.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
Liver,
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
heart,
It's only one of my 3 voices that's miserable. Don't worry about it.
lungs, liver,
Yeah, but it is a lot of work.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
No, definitely not.
lungs.
If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
The the funniest part about this is the lesbian that just sent me all of the fucking art
Lungs, liver,
would absolutely look at this lady and be like, wood.
nerves,
Even in this current form. Like, it's great.
lungs, liver, nerves,
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
nerves, heart, lungs,
Interesting.
nerves,
Okay.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
Sure, let's leave.
No!
Yes!
I knew you'd come
We're
around.
doing it!
Oh, this is going to be
Fuck you,
so
Sims.
wonderful.
No,
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving, and,
do you think you could just wrest control away from us?
Thank you, paranoia.
It's barely
Yes!
functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit.
Yes! Thank you.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs. With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
This is what you get for killing me the last time. Fuck you.
Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Lungs, liver.
trust having our back to her.
You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the feedback. Just focus on keeping us alive. Right. Heart, lungs. Besides, I get the feeling she's telling the truth. She needs us alive.
Excellent.
What? Are you scared of turning your back to me? You don't have to be worried that I'm going to do something bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're too important to me now.
Actually, I would like to go side by side, actually. That would be my ideal.
Besides,
Not for
what
like
if
any
I
paranoid
lost
reason, I
track of
just
you
want to
and
like
trapped
walk
the
hand in hand
stairs
with a
on
fucking eldritch
accident?
entity.
I wouldn't want that to happen. And I don't think you'd want that to happen either. So go on. Go ahead.
She urges you forward, like one might a reluctant pet. You place a shaky foot on the first step and begin your ascent from the basement. You can feel the static prickling of the princess on your neck, your limbs buzzing with pins and needles. An uncomfortable and constant reminder that you exist, and that your existence is so very precarious.
You're almost there.
The only thing left between you and the cabin is the now shut door to the basement. It would be a real
There
shame
was
if
no
it had
door.
locked behind you.
There wasn't a door beforehand.
Oh, you snake. There wasn't even a door when we first got here. The door was from last time. I told you we shouldn't trust him. I know he's messing with us, but you can't lose your cool. We need you right now. Remember? Yes, I remember. Of course I remember. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. This is so frustrating. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Thank you. And you? You'd really rather us die down here than let her out? Of course I would. As much as I want you to have a happy ending, the fate of the world is a little more important, and you still have a weapon. You can still make this right. Lungs, liver. Oh, look at that. It's locked. What a relief for the world. Nerves.
It'll open. You just have to give it a tug.
Liver. Nerves. You pull against the door. The lock gently clicks open in response to your effort, and the door
Interesting.
creaks on its hinges. This isn't right. That's not even the way it's supposed to swing. It's supposed to swing out. You're not nearly as powerful as you'd have us think, are you?
Hero just like, wait, focus, buddy.
Anyways, like he said, you're not really in control here, are you? I never said I was. If I was in control here, why would I need you to slay her? I don't know. Secret reasons?
The door is open. What are you dawdling for? It's time for us to go. The world is waiting.
Shit. The princess moves past you and into the cabin. This is it. This is your final moment to make things right. Kill her.
No, narrator, I'm
I
committed.
thought you wanted us to slay her. It's the same thing. Do it. Do it now. Do it now, or everything is over. Okay, what do we do? I said, what do we do? Oh, do you want to hear from me now? Yes. Well, I thought you needed me to run the autonomic nervous system. We do, but this is important. Look, I'll even do it myself. Just tell us who to trust. Brain? Heart. Right, heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Okay, thanks. I got it. Heart. Lungs.
I love how the fucking
Heart.
the hero is an idiot.
Yeah.
This is great.
Heart.
Yep.
Lungs. You're terrible at this. I know. I'm doing my best.
What are you doing?
Heart. Finally, I can talk. Now, what were you asking me? Running everything kind of feels like popping in and out of consciousness. It's easy to lose track of things. They were asking you for your blessing to trust me. Oh, that's right. Yeah, fuck this guy. Trust him.
Fuck this guy.
Really? So you'd have them trust her? Oh, of course not. Can't trust anybody here but ourselves, but I guess that leaves us back where we started, doesn't it? I suppose if I had to make a choice, I'd pick the one that doesn't make our organs shut down. Thank you for your gracious show of support.
That's fair, but
That's
also
a marginal preference. We'll have to deal with him later. I'd just rather deal with him while our organs are intact. Whatever. You heard what he had to say, so whether you trust me or not, killing her is still the best, nay, the only option you have worth taking. Alright, I'm done. You can let me take over again. Finally, that was awful. I really don't know how you do it. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
yeah, when he's doing keeping the body working, like he's so much calmer.
Yeah.
You've
It's
been standing there
basic.
staring blankly for a while now. And I have to say my patience is running a little thin. So don't make a lady wait any longer, okay?
What were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say it's almost like the rule of 5. Like basically, you know, a thing you can touch, a thing you can see, a thing you can feel, or hear.
Open the door.
I don't take kindly to you ordering me, but I'm gonna open the door. Yeah, let's go.
The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond
Let
the
your
cabin.
terrors into the world.
You,
Yes!
you've actually done it. You've actually done every nerve's heart.
It's so beautiful. I can't wait to ruin it. But it's so cold, too. It's itching against my skin. Why is it so cold?
Hi. Do I need to free the fragments from the basement in order to get them to go back to the creature in the thing?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's some sort of ward on the cabinet itself that keeps the entity in the long quiet from grabbing its fragments, or her fragments, or whatever. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
That's, yeah.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's calling us. And not in a good way. Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. We'll trust you.
I like that the voices actually do trust me. That's nice.
Yeah.
Like, that feels good. I don't know why that feels good, but it feels good. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you needed to see what's in it. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. Really? Yeah, the mirror on the mirror image is bigger than the real version. Or I guess the mirror image is the real version, but like the reflection here is smaller than the real version now, even though
Yeah, because you can see the outline of the fingers and things. Yeah.
and the nails are shorter on the real version too. Like the hands are becoming more usable, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Like basically your hands got meatier, but your claws didn't.
Mm-hmm. There's more feathers on the not the shoulders, the elbows.
Mm-hmm.
The legs are all feathered now too.
Yeah.
I see wings there too. Yeah. Interesting.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that when I played. That is very hard to see, but yeah.
Is that just one pair of wings? I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is just the one pair.
Okay, so yeah, let's make a note of that. Feathered legs, feathered elbows, meteor hands, 2 wings, feathers all over the shoulders and the top of the head. I can't tell if they're on the face or not, but they're there. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Gods, I need the OST to this. Is this one of those games where the OST came free with the game?
No, it is not. I will.
Fuck!
I will have to get you. I will have to get you the OST, which I will.
Is it in the supporters
It's not.
pack? Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Because, like, this music is so damn good. Like, The Long Quiet especially. Like, everything else is also good, but, like, I would actually listen to The Long Quiet. Fuck,
Get you
dude.
the. Yeah, I'll get you the sports pack. Don't you worry.
Oh fuck, I forgot
Is a
to
child
pull
the
chat
same
back
as
up.
an infant? I am an
There we
unbroken
go.
pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives
Sorry for the black
and
screen
carves
blinking.
new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same. Eyes close in reflection.
I love the narration, like the way her voice is during the long quiet sections too. Like it's
Oh,
really
yeah,
good.
absolutely.
Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches
Dude, I
to
could
new
make an entire
corners.
fucking campaign
There are
based on this idea.
contradictions, conflicts in my
Absolutely.
nature, and there are familiarities that
damn.
bind everything together.
Just constantly having the player character try and thread the needle by knowing what will happen in the future based on on their own actions, and just constantly change things here or there, you know, to like get the result proper so you can have a new version of the person that you're trying to the fragment that you're trying to give back. Damn.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
I need to reread that last line. Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
As long as you keep this mode of talking, I really don't care how you end up, honestly.
I
Please,
cannot
just
tell
keep
you
talking
what
like this.
desires I will hold when I have
All right.
changed.
Cheers for that.
Yeah, no problem.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
That is ridiculously romantic. Okay.
Right?
Like, that seems like a common thing to say to people that you're dating, but also like the context of what she is, what we are, and what's going on here adds so much weight to that.
Yep, exactly.
That's beautiful.
Is
I
it-
love it.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill her. We're gonna go get married. We're gonna get Eldritch married. All right. I don't know what we're gonna do after, but we're gonna go get Eldritch married. The entity in the long quiet has basically no personality, literally, by the conceit of like what she is. But like, I still find her far more compelling than almost every other like romance companion option in the most RPGs. This is great. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I knew you would find this very interesting.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible.
Interesting. Okay, so
The
it's
only
explaining
paths
the
of value are
black
those
text
that are
thing
yet
that you told me
untread.
about.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
That line right there is why I have such a problem with like the classic fantasy creation myth of like two gods hating each other and fighting constantly. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, the two creator deities just like fucking constantly fighting each other over like dumb bullshit. The way I prefer things is like how Kindred is in League of Legends. At least I think it's League of Legends. Where like Death split himself into two parts, and they are now inseparably like attached to each other. Not not physically, but like emotionally, they have a very close relationship, and they almost
Gotcha.
never fight, sort of deal.
Yeah, and I do believe that's League.
Yeah, like I based Black and White off of Kindred.
Yes, now I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, White is supposed to be the lamb, and then Black is supposed to be the wolf.
Mm-hmm.
But they both have characteristics of both, because like I didn't actually want to like straight up rip the entire thing. I just wanted the basic idea of like two beings that shared a soul, more or less. And that's all I really wanted. And then like they're both beastly and human in different ways.
Yeah.
The actual reasoning behind it is in the Underdark. Black and white were made from the corpses and remnant souls of 20 others, including beasts. So it just sort of got like mixed together and mashed together until like, it's imagine like having like pieces from 20 different jigsaw puzzles, but not even a single full jigsaw puzzle, and you just sort of like mash them together into two different puzzles. That's what it is for them.
Gotcha.
Like they fit, but there's rough edges, sort of deal. And there's pieces from from all puzzles in both of them.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
This is I like this entity a lot.
Yeah. That does not shock me.
I might make a sovereign and a demon lord pair like this. The demon lord being the entity and the sovereign being the player.
Gotcha.
So I do need more demon lords and more sovereigns. So like this could be a thing.
Yeah.
Sadly, this cigarette has like activated my lower intestine, so I kind of gotta go to the bathroom.
All right.
That's just something that happens when you have stimulants. You know, sometimes it just makes you need to go to the bathroom. So the same thing happens with coffee, which is why you don't want to drink a whole bunch of coffee all the time, because you'll shit yourself. Cigarette, nicotine is also a stimulant, so you know. Anyway, back in a minute. I'll just leave you guys with this really nice, like, the long, quiet music. Right, we're back and unmuted. Alright, yes, so. Let's see.
Did you already ask her if she had any thoughts on this vessel?
No, I was going to do that. I was just looking at what options I had now.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I do have a couple more questions that because I asked that last one. Let's see. I'm gonna continue this line of questioning just in case it gets wiped away by starting another one. I don't think it would, but like that happens in games sometimes. So
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory. This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She
Interesting.
desires only
I expected like
companionship,
violence to be a thing.
but the only thing
that
she
would come from
knows
this
is
one.
how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home. The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
That's also very romantic. God damn it.
Yep.
It's very sweet. Thank you.
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time.
No, don't apologize for that.
sorry
I'm
for the
enjoying
burdens I
getting to
place
see
on
like
you.
the new versions of you that I'll bring back to you. Like I'm enjoying this too. Don't worry about it.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Bring the nightmare to her. Yeah, okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yep.
Seriously? You're just
Yes.
going to turn around and leave?
Yes, I am.
Do you even know where you're going?
The only option I have left in that fucking cabin is to kill her, and I don't want to do that yet, unless I absolutely have to continue. All right. But then again, like my actual decision making here, that's the meta reason, but that's the Doyleist reason, the Watsonian reason to bring this back to yesterday, is that I want her to have a perspective where I am not in it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there we go. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Then I'll go walk in the opposite direction now.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever.
You don't know what the meaning of conservation of energy and mass is, then, nerd. Fuck you.
I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Actually, he does. He's a lot better than you, narrator.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
See, normally that would be true, but I am an immortal, timeless, eldritch entity, and you don't know that, narrator, so, eat shit. Of course, I don't currently know that either, but still.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
Ah. The music turned all discordant too.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
That's not what's going on here, narrator.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
A stranger. Okay, now I'm gonna go talk to the princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Was that wall there behind the trees before?
No.
Okay, I thought so.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Thank you, Contrarian. That's great.
Yeah.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
I wasn't doing that to be contrarian, but also, it's just very funny.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead. Last I checked, there wasn't any last time. We've just met, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's
Okay.
like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything, but if by
Just
ruining
repeating that
my
line
day,
again.
you mean ruining the world really did end last. The world hasn't ended.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh. Okay.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further.
Yeah, those are some impressive walls.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Honestly, wouldn't fucking anyone, though, narrator?
Yeah, anyone who doesn't want to die is going to, more likely than not, say whatever they think their jailer wants to hear.
Yeah, this is why torture doesn't actually work. Is because, like, they will just say whatever the fuck they think you want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind. The cabin interior is
look at that.
wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted.
We haven't seen the
Inch
one
here,
with
a
this,
foot there,
like, sun
such that the
mark
seams are never quite visible enough
yet.
for
So
the place
there's,
to make
there's a
any
path that we haven't
sense.
done, which I assume is killing the princess.
Yeah, and I will also mention now that, granted it doesn't work for this, because you've already devoted to this path, but not taking the blade is also a flag.
Yeah, I figured that
in
was the
chapter
case.
1.
I figured that was the case, but I've just been taking it anyway because, like, you know.
Oh, for sure.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
I think it's interesting that in this specific scene as well, the objects in the room do not do the parallax thing as well. Like they're anchored relative to each other, but not to the walls
Yeah.
like they were in the other scenes, which is great.
Exactly. Yeah.
How?
It gives
Even if
this
we closed our
one-
eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Again, like, I didn't do it to be contrarian, but, like, the contrarian guy is the very fun voice.
What you're seeing here is
Yeah.
obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task. Ooh, we should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror.
There's always a mirror.
There isn't.
Narrator.
You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. This really isn't You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. You know that taking
I gotta
the
check
mirror
for the
away
mirror
from
every
us
time.
isn't going
You
to
know,
change
like
things.
I don't know if
We'll
anything's
find it
gonna
again,
change if I do.
then
But I
we'll
gotta
see
do it.
whatever it is that you don't want
Yeah,
us to
fair
see.
enough.
Just kick the door
The
open.
door to the basement creaks open,
And just yell into the
revealing
darkness.
a web of
Like, hey,
branching staircases
you like
all
handholding?
built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Hell yeah, contrarian. Thank you. Let's do left-hand path again.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
I love how the art gets more and more rough the further along this goes.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Like I'm doing all of those cabins all at once.
Consumption
and I saw
and
earlier.
betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as... What?
Damn it!
What the hell was that? What happened to it?
Are you just going to stand there? Okay. So what happened there was that it just immediately skipped to the next line because it cut himself off, but I hit X anyway to start the next line, but that meant to skip. This is why it's skipping lines for me, like, occasionally, because it does that.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Fuck yeah, buddy.
Princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face.
like her bangs are pulled back now and there's a different tiara.
I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it would be easy for her to trust anyone. Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
Okay, the princess is anchored in the scene.
It's okay.
Oh, never mind.
Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
I don't think it's quite that simple, hero, but yeah. You gotta pull a fucking Luffy and just like shove her back together.
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
Not fucking this.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Thank you, Contrarian. Let's do it.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again.
I don't like where this is going.
Excellent.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Kinda hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I'm gonna make things so much worse, narrator. You can't stop me.
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Ask the questions first. I think.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why it's selecting all of them at once.
Mm-hmm.
You
You'll
can
see.
address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do. You can call me Princess, if you'd like. Princess. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
Not having a name doesn't make you untrustworthy, narrator.
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster. And the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Focus on it. How do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Okay, I don't have any more questions then.
Wait, that's not right.
Oh, okay.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different.
Okay, I see what's
You
going on
experience
there.
a firm footfall,
It's selecting
a
all of
gentle
them at
tread,
once because we're doing them all
confident
at once.
stride.
Yep.
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly
Yeah, like I
many
said
directions.
earlier, it's like we're doing all of those cabins all at once.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Okay, so it's not going to skip ahead this time.
falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
No, not after we left the first time, Hero. Don't worry about it.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Time to bring back 5 vessels and 5 fragments all at once.
Did you do this? Did we do this?
Look, I can only do this so many times. I went to the store and I got the bulk discount, okay?
We should help her. I think we did this.
1 second, Hero. I'll get to you. I'm trying to make some tea. I gotta start the kettle. I gotta do the thing. I gotta refill the kettle. It's like, I don't have a light inside the curtain that cuts off my studio from the rest of the building.
Yeah.
So I have to like pull out my phone and like shine it into the fucking kettle to see how full it is. I can sort of kind of see, but like I can't see the line that says max, you know? So
Yeah.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
of course they did, Contrarian.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
There we go. Hopefully that I didn't do anything fucked up to the entity. When everything is possible, nothing is. Yeah. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. He's just messing with us. Right?
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. I've withered? No! I wanted to grow more. Fuck.
Yeah, but you got like moss and stuff on you.
Yeah. Actually, I think that might be sloughing flesh. I
That
can
could
see.
also
I can
work.
see the bones underneath that hair. Okay, no extra wings, but the feathers are like sort of frazzled. Okay. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. There we go.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it. As easily as you can stand to be you, you are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
God damn it. Why are you so fucking smooth and good at this, lady? Holy shit.
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I don't know which ones of your which one of your hands to hold to comfort you. You've got too many. I mean, you've always had too many, but like now it's even worse, alright?
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walk. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done. The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me.
This is like the perfect non-Well of Souls depiction of what a Daemon Lord is. Like how they function internally and psychologically. Like, this is so good!
Yeah, I knew I knew you would enjoy this game, but I could not tell you any of it.
Yeah, so, like, the main major difference between a Daemon Lord and whatever this lady is Daemon Lords are made from an entire civilization of people, not just multiple versions of one person. So, like, the contradictions are even worse, but in a different way that makes them easier to deal with, since they're more distinct from one another. Rather than everyone looking at, like, each version looking the same in the mirror, or having a similar start point, or whatever, like, everyone is vastly different, the same way that everyone in a city is vastly different.
Gotcha.
I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me. I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Listen to the Eldritch Entity for your relationship advice. She's really good at this.
Apparently so.
We will know when we near our destination.
Okay. Send me back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Bring the stranger to her. Yeah.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, alright, let's just silently continue the cabin, because I've chosen most of those responses.
You make your way up the short
fine.
path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. The door
Still
to the
don't want to kill her if
basement
I don't have
creaks
to,
open,
alright?
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp.
It's weird that I don't have the
hint of
hero in
rot
this one. I guess it's
filtering
triggered
from
by
the ancient
certain
wood.
questions.
If the princess really
Just
lives here,
hasn't spoken up
slaying
yet, I
her is
think.
probably doing her a
So I
favor.
remember the first time him speaking up outside the cabin, so... it's
Her
probably the
voice
question.
softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
I got the fearful one this time because I didn't bring the blade. Nice.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
You could have made me pick up the knife, narrator. So, fuck you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Fuck you, nerd.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
It's funny that the princess has never, like, exclaimed weirdness
You
at her
walk
face.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
We're very
There's
much
a heavy
obviously
chain
not
around her
human.
wrist,
Yeah.
binding her to the far wall of the basement.
But if you're the only thing she remembers, maybe she thinks, oh, that's
This is just
different.
normal.
But yeah, but maybe that's normal that somebody looks different than me.
Yeah, could be.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this
Okay,
be a
hero.
threat to anyone?
Hero is doing the saying, that trope, not the trope, the joke of, like, if evil, why hot?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Okay. I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right? The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
I would, yeah.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Okay, I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
At least I don't have the knife with me this time.
Yeah.
You try the door. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Damn.
before raising
All right.
her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that.
Oh, damn
The
it.
stakes are
He's
too
gonna force me
high.
to kill her, isn't he?
You can't just let her escape into the world.
Yeah,
No.
let's see if you can resist,
I
because this
can't
is
just
different
let her
enough.
escape into the
Yeah,
world.
let's see.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Okay,
Hey.
we can warn her. so
Okay.
Stop
nice.
that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I'm trying not to.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Yeah!
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Alright, fair enough.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah, let's do this.
You're on a path in the woods,
All right.
and at the end of that
My
path
housemate has sent me
is a
another
cabin.
fucking text message. So
And in the basement of that cabin,
Oh boy.
yes,
is
and
a
they know what's happening right
princess.
now. They know what I'm doing. This like they know what I do every day at this time. It's yeah. Anyhow. We are unmuted and returned.
You're here to slay her. If you don't,
There we go.
it will be the end of the world. My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time.
Yeah.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he?
Interesting.
If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
All right, sure. It's not the princess that I like a lot. It's the entity in the Long Quiet that is using the princess as a vessel that I like. All right.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Excellent.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort
actually,
who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
I don't like that voice. I mean, he's funny, but I don't like him.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
You know what? Fair enough. If you're like a romantic person, you know, like you're not a romantic.
Those are two
That might be
very
a
different
genuine,
questions,
like,
but
position someone might
fine.
hold.
I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
But then again, like, romantic love doesn't have to be the only one. So, you know what? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's just say that that's fine.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
I want to hear what, like, the Smitten says for all of this argument.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
No, I died last time because, like, you tried to force me to do stuff.
You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're
You know, I
asking
wonder
that,
if the
it sounds
narrator
to
is
me
one
like
of
you're
our
making
voices.
a rather
Like the
dangerous
same way that the voice
assumption
of the
that your
hero
actions
voiced the
last
Smith
time
and the
around
contrarian,
didn't have any
you know,
consequences.
so on and so forth are. Or if it's more like an outside force. I don't know that we'll ever actually get that fucking answer, but I do want to know.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, if it's the latter, do you think the people there lived happily? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned
Okay,
as
dude.
part of some
You are
convoluted,
insufferable.
dastardly scheme.
Funny, but insufferable.
Convoluted. I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
I am gonna go save the princess, but, like, I don't want to imply that I'm agreeing with the Smitten guy here.
Fair enough.
Just be quick about it. She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and maybe it's her beauty that
God damn
threatens
it.
the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is. People locked her in that basement.
Okay.
Look. Oh. Of course you're special. Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, funny but insufferable.
Oh, believe me,
Exactly.
the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends.
I've liked all the voices
But
so
I'm
far in, like, a
professional.
funny sort of
I'm not
way.
going to
But
let
I would
my
not want to be friends
dislike
with most
for you
of them,
get
but,
in the
like,
way
they've all
of
been pretty
helping
funny.
you save the world. I've told you everything you know, not to sound like a broken record.
Yeah.
Great. Now, if
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
What a way to phrase that. That's great. It's not intentionally funny on the part of the smitten, but like...
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call. A warning before you go.
You can leave in the second chapter, I just noticed. Interesting.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Dude,
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
I think this is the first time like any of the voices have been like actually antagonistic towards each other.
Yeah.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant. Its
Okay, still
stone
no,
walls
sun
draped in
thing
fine
on the
threaded
window.
tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, there's death, there isn't.
Okay.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror. Exactly. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
At least the smitten knows that we're feathered.
Yeah.
It's the first time like anyone's actually acknowledged our feathers and weirdness, aside from like
Yeah.
literally ourselves.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's
Shut
somehow
up,
even
dude.
more
Oh my
beautiful
God.
than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
God damn it.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess.
Thank you,
You
hero.
can still do
Oh
right
my
by her
God.
without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes
Yeah,
with the
new
princess.
dress, new tiara as well this
There's a
time.
heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you
Stop
from
it.
your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
The sauce on the spirit too.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. John definitely had a fun time doing this, I can tell.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero.
Okay, don't start on that, hero.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
You can tell that the voice actor had so much fun doing the smitten.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's almost every word has the sauce on it. It's great.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What
Now that I
matters
think about it, actually,
is you
I
have a
don't
chance
think
to do it
the
right
narrator
this
is one of
time.
our voices.
Yeah,
I think
no,
he's
but-
an outside entity of some kind because he doesn't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah,
Now,
he definitely
hold on. If
seems
she actually
outside.
ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
We never saw a world end. And now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
Probably.
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
You died, and now we're talking.
That's it? I mean, I knew that from the other loops already, but that's it? That's all that happened?
Apparently so.
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes.
That's my heart
through
you're
her
talking about,
beautiful
Smitten,
lips.
not yours. Fuck off.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession. At least you're being honest. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist.
Well, I'm not a nihilist. I just know that I'll continue to go on. Of course, my character doesn't know that, but the character is just saying things that I want them to say anyway, so fuck it.
The princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
Me too. I don't care.
She wasn't confused for long.
If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable, and our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her.
God damn it.
All is well, and it's high time we rescued our beloved.
Why did you roll the R? You never roll the R's. God damn it.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains.
Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease.
No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
It's a different manacle than last time too. It's much smaller.
If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom.
To be fair, she did somehow get out of the chains the time that we locked her in without cutting her arm off.
I'm not sure I follow.
Would you rather believe
she,
me,
like,
a
stapled it
passionate
with her
heart
gloves
guided by
over it?
love and my own good nature? Or would you rather
Yeah,
believe
I don't know
the
if she was
devil
wearing
on
gloves
your
on that. I wasn't paying
shoulder
attention to her
who
hands.
tells you what you can and cannot
Yeah,
do?
we established it was like gloves or something because we saw something that looked like a bandage.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think I'd rather believe in facts.
Same hero.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists.
One of us has to be.
Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I would if you had a weapon.
God damn it. The call happened again. You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yeah.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest,
Oh my
I
God.
will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
Shut up, Smitten.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
We're gonna leave.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your
She's
hand,
sparkling.
the last hopes of
That's
the
great.
entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
This is so good.
I like to think that you do, actually.
Yeah.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have
He's
to
so
be
salty.
so happy
Oh,
about this.
Yes, he is so salty.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
See, I'm pretty sure he can actually alter the world because he's doing that with the doors. It's always with the door that he does it, though.
Yeah, I think he can maybe affect the cabin. Because we've already, like, established the influence. Like, the lady in the long quiet can't grab the princesses from here.
Mm-hmm.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
It's fucking working, narrator. I don't agree with him. I agree with you on the fact that we just met her, so it's not a true love thing, but, like, he's getting it done.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together.
He's so salty. This is so great.
And
Right?
The lock clicks, and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
Hello, Shining Snake.
I told you our love was insurmountable.
This is not like a representative portion of the game, the visual novel. The rest of it is so much more like
Princess,
darker
make your way
and weirder.
upstairs, and the blade.
God damn it. Cut off again. Blade, that's right. There's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late. Yeah, that's not happening.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
Good, because I hate you too,
That's
Derek.
the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Love will set you free. Yeah, there you go.
A happy ending at last.
And then she gets ate by the
We
creature in the
did
void.
it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
Don't worry, you'll be fine in a minute.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
I'll see you in the long quiet. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
She will, just not in the form that you think.
Yeah.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. You need to see what's in it. Remains, you're unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There's a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
No, they don't, but that's fine. They don't have to last for them to be meaningful.
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Oop, must have clicked the stick on accident. There we go.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose. If I did, I would already be awake.
That's a good question.
Yeah, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Yeah. Again, like, I think this is the most appropriate response because that's true. Like, I don't know why I know that, but he does. All of my options say he does.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot have any contradictory answers to that part.
Yeah, like, obviously, I know why I know he does. It's because all the answers say he does. But I don't know why all of my answers say he does, sort of thing. You know, like, it's that.
Yeah.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours. 1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude. These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn. The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die. I don't know what path we have left. I think...
You're on a path in the woods.
I can think of a few things, but I don't know if they'll work.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I don't know if there's any more paths wherein you don't kill her.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid, is killing her. Alright.
You make your way up the warning. She will laugh.
We've been through this multiple times. Right, I can skip those now. There's nothing more to be gleaned.
Yeah.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. The door to the basement creaks open, her voice.
Hello?
Is hypnotizing. It's the kind of
So
voice
I'm assuming
you
that
only
we're
have
going to be
once
forced to kill
remember
her
it for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You try the door. Your shouts, and you're here to slay the...
Okay.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Honestly, it probably would not be too hard to force it. I've had to force a door that was led up to by stairs before. It's difficult, but you can do it. And the character that we're playing is fully grown. They're like a fully grown adult of their species. So,
Yeah.
they would be a lot heavier and a lot stronger than I was when I had to force the door. So, like, I had to stand on the steps, kick the door, and then step back down the steps with the pushback from the momentum, and then just keep doing that a few times before I finally forced the door open. My grandfather locked himself out of the house on accident, so I just kicked the door down for him. Because there was no other way we were opening the door, so we just forced it. But you can do that. It shouldn't be too hard. It's a wooden door, which would be easier than the one that I had to force.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just
Hi,
get out of
Phoenix.
these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
I know it's just me, but she's cute with all that blood all over her mouth.
You
It's
cut
kind of
into her
weirdly
flesh.
adorable.
Yeah.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it's blacked out. Damn it.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The witch. Ooh, yes.
I am very glad you got this, considering.
You're on a path.
Yes.
In the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay it.
Okay, let's see.
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Opportunist this time.
You know
Right.
I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. Those are two very different
All right,
questions,
opportunist.
but let's
Show me your
say
voice
for
lines.
a moment that you died last time. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences.
We will.
Okay.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical, if it's the latter, do you think the people there lived happily ever after?
That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever. do we?
Opportunist, you don't even know if we're actually in a cycle. All right.
You're laying it on a little thick, aren't
You
you?
don't know if we have one chance, or one extra chance, or unlimited, which it's like kind of unlimited, but not really.
Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world. Just be quick about it.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm
Yeah, the
saying is
abandoned
true,
one,
and that,
which I
despite it
can't
all,
remember her title
you're fully
in
up to
that
the
one,
task that's
was
been given
far
to you.
more likely to be able to end the world, honestly.
Yeah, the nightmare.
Yeah, the nightmare. Because like her ability was very, very different from everyone else's, and very like much larger in scale, just killing people by being near them, the same way that the narrator actually said in the first place.
Like I said, if she
Okay, yeah.
people look. Oh,
Yeah, here we go.
I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Good point. That really explains almost everything.
It's so sarcastic. It sounds like he's actually eating something while he's talking too.
It really does.
It's great.
I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right. But it explains almost everything. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. Not to sound like a broken record, I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop
Somehow the
wasting time
narrator
chatting
isn't
amongst
catching the
yourselves in the
sarcasm.
woods. So if
Yeah.
you could move this along. Great.
I could leave this, but I want to see the witch version. Damn it. Like, the turn around and leave options, like, are tempting, but, like, I always just want to see.
In this case, what happens is she does the same thing where the voice from the long quiet goes, You've already dedicated yourself to my awakening. You can't deviate further.
Damn it. I was hoping it would be like a new...
warning. Before you go any further, she will lie.
Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
Maybe the opportunist actually is, like, on the narrator's side. I don't think so, but, like...
The interior
what
of the cabin
fuck?
is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Mumbles in mud and rock language.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been, so focus up.
No, give me more lines from
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the muddy shelf, the blade sitting on the muddy shelf, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror, but he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? Come on now. He's pretty much in charge here. When have authority figures ever lied about anything?
Okay, yeah, he's
If there
definitely
were a mirror
very
in this
sarcastic.
cabin,
Okay.
we were supposed to look at it. He
Good.
would have told us about it. Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against... Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone. No blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us last time. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
She's got a werewolfish now?
Looks more like a lion.
Yeah, like lion, like were-lion or whatever the fuck, but kind of like it. It's good
You
design.
can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
This is the first time that she's actually appeared to be completely non-human. Like, even during the nightmare, she was just like a twisted human. But this She's definitely, like, not human for this.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Okay, no, it's just an optical illusion from how I was sitting. I thought her eyes were golden for a second.
Yeah.
I can't tell her about the narrator either. Which is weird.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately you're the only one I have.
I did say the right thing, right? But it doesn't actually fucking say what I said. Damn it.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her. Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it. Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Yeah, right. None of this seems like it's going anywhere. All right, let's go.
Yes.
Come on.
Let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out. But if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
That's right. You're the one who's going first.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
Shut up, opportunist. You're fine.
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous.
I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself.
But
the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened.
You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you?
Why did you just say that?
I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
The frog and the scorpion. Fair enough.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up.
Wait, why won't we be getting up?
I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
It's what I would have done if you considered not being like that.
Of course not. It's what keeps us alive.
Yeah, she's not alive though.
And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done. Why would I ever trust you? Your hands have spilled my blood. And knowing that, you should never have trusted me either. You should have known I would never walk hand in hand with a loathsome thing like you. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us.
No, opportunist. I would have said, no, fuck you, you're an idiot.
And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Ho ho ho! So she's not as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen?
No. The spell is broken, the cabin is open.
Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
See you in the long quiet. but you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It is time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
I do like that the hero's first instinct every time is to go look for the princess.
Mm-hmm. And there's that.
No matter what happens otherwise, the hero is always all right, let's go look for the princess.
Yep.
But it feels so bad. Looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him. Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you.
Finally, we're going places.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Nope, here it is. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure. Faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Fuck you, nerd. Hi, narrator. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass.
You only get a select number of explore lines here, so choose carefully.
Yeah, hold on. Let me read all of them.
Granted, you can just come back here and learn everything, but
Yeah.
might as well ask the important questions first.
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Yeah, okay. God damn it. There. I think no. There.
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her.
For fuck's sake, I'll just use my mouse for this.
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Yeah, alright.
No. In life I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something, so I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
Okay, that answers another question that I wanted to ask. Okay.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying. The cycle of life and death, the endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
Okay, interesting.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Like I said, this isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, though.
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion.
If she is change, she can revitalize that.
When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Basically the narrator was not a fan of entropy.
Yeah, but, like, come on, man. It happens. And eventually, you'll have the big crunch. Eventually. It'll take a very, very fucking long time, but no one's around to see it. Does it really matter?
It wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change. Everything would face oblivion. And until then, the clock ticks on.
Okay, last question. You'll run out of questions. Yeah, well, fuck you, buddy.
There's no reasoning with a god. Even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you.
Yeah, so every fiber we've been seeing is us.
Nice. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Hi. How you doing? Hey, pretty lady.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What's weird is our names mean the opposite of what we are, according to the Echo. Like, the Echo says, like, I'm supposed to end death, but the long quiet is death. That's what that phrase means. And the Shifting Mound is life.
Yeah, the Shifting Mound is change. So, yeah, it's basically, does life have meaning if nothing ever changes? So, you kind of are a sort of death.
Yeah.
In a weird sort of way.
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him. Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Let's go have an eldritch marriage. Let's go. Come on.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us. Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict. If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold
I like the shifting
potential
part.
to
Like,
rise
it's
above.
really good.
Would you limit
Yeah, it's
yourself
really
to what
good.
you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow? And there is always time. Your little bird drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back. It never left you. You just need to open your heart to me once more. The masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason. You saw with a single pair of eyes, but you needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are.
Fear pretends to protect us from loss. To fear death protects from losing a body. To fear ruin protects from losing status. To fear rejection protects from being known. But losing a body is contained within having a body. Losing status is contained within having status. Being known is contained within being conscious. It is in the nature of all things to transform, to go from known to hidden to known again. But when the ceaseless impermanence of all things strips away the finality of endings, what remains of fear? Is it a shelter protecting you from itself? Or is it a shelter protecting itself from you? You took fear by the hand and walked with it into the unknown. And through that, you feared nothing.
Others cling to fear because they have not yet seen beyond it. Will you strip the beauty of transformation just because some refuse to acknowledge it? To question everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. But even then, you remembered the impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing. To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things.
Yeah?
Sorry, I was just rereading that.
Yeah. So, yeah, basically what she's saying here, I think, is that, yeah, some people suffer from changes, but some people are liberated by changes. And by setting a steady state now, that means anybody who's currently suffering will continue to suffer, and anybody who's liberated will continue to be liberated.
Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their permanence?
Fucking kill this jackass. I will be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna rip their fucking throat straight out. God damn it. I'm not going to. I'm not actually going to. For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Yeah.
middle of the goddamn, like, climax of the story.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, but if you genuinely feel like there's no need to fight this...
I didn't even realize I was in a fight until I saw that option earlier. I was just like, I just wanted to talk to her. I just want to have a conversation with her.
It would. Our purpose is to be and to experience, and their purpose is the same.
Like, I selected the explore option for a question,
cease,
right? Like,
to be paused
Yeah,
is to be
that's
trapped.
usually what that's for.
I don't want to, like, rapidly dissolve. What? As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together. This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
You're alright.
I think it's up at the top, but it's okay, I'm ready to leave.
Yeah, it's. I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? There we go.
Nothing
Through
brings
conflict
me
we carve
greater joy
meaning.
than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Yeah, right. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield. I can hear it cracking,
I
though.
love you.
Excellent. Also, tummy, neuron activation. Hi.
Yep.
All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
What is that behind the green? Oh, this is like grass growing. Okay.
Yeah, grass growing.
That's what it is. There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you always will be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Yay! There are no endings, only new beginnings. Excellent. The voice is in your head, Jonathan Sims. Yep, there we go. Yeah, cool.
And there is a very nice thing towards the very end here.
We'll see. An old Submariner. Alright. Finish the game, the good ending doesn't count. What?
Alright, and now you've got a track order for a special playlist just for you.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
see what your playlist is and check it out later, since I did give you the soundtrack.
There we go. Okay, that's set. I've got it saved in the snipping tool.
Okay.
Join the Discord, mailing list, subreddit. Somewhere else. What does that mean?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, okay. This is their website.
Gotcha. All right.
All right, cool. Yeah, that was excellent. Sorry,
Yeah,
the screen's gonna keep going black like this because I'm tabbing into it.
Yeah.
Cool. That was good.
Yeah,
I almost
and there's
don't want to do the endings where like I kill the princess. I don't want to because like I don't want to kill the shifting mound.
That's
Let
fair.
me be happy with my eldritch wife, okay? But this was good. That was really good.
Yeah. I knew you would enjoy it, and of course, if you ever do want to see the other endings, there is always YouTube.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go to Twitch and clip everything. I've only unlocked 20 of the 97 potential achievements. There is so much more left to see. Holy shit.
Yeah, there is plenty more left for you to see. There are variations, like the chained one, the prisoner. One of the options is if you actually had brought the blade with you, she'd say, "Give it here." That's a thing.
Interesting. Hi there, face.
But yeah, the prisoner would ask for the blade, cut her own head off, and if you carried it upstairs and out the door, she'd still be alive.
Weird, but alright, fair enough.
And that would be the form taken by the shifting mound.
Cool.
And the witch has a chapter 3 variation, I think called the Thorn.
Interesting. How do I fucking... I don't remember. It's been a long time since I had to do this, because I'm trying to make a highlight of the video. No, not report VOD.
Trying to highlight it like part of the video.
Yeah, just slay the princess, though.
I don't know, actually.
I don't remember how to do it. It's been a long time since I did something like that.
Yeah, but I guess you can do that post-game.
Yeah. Okay, good. My source is 1080p. I'll have to remember to do it because I don't want to like take the section that is also Barony and put it on the same VOD, because then I'll have to scrub through like 2.5 hours of Barony.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you'll just have to cut out the part and then get it for a YouTube upload.
Yeah. I don't want to end yet though, but I also don't want to start a full new playthrough of this because like it'll take a while.
Yeah, it'll take a bit. I mean, we can skip a lot of the familiar dialogue, but
Yeah.
yeah, still, I did think you would enjoy this game a lot, and you did. Because, yeah, I mean, it basically worked on a microcosm of how a lot of worlds work, especially Cinderfall and the Well of Souls.
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think there probably is a way to stabilize the echo. If I am the god of constancy, or you know, whatever the stagnation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, then like I probably could have stabilized the echo, right?
Yeah, theoretically.
If I just
you
tried.
could.
If I just
But
tried. I don't know if that's in the game, but I probably could.
Yeah, but I think it breaking is also what finally gave you your godhood for good.
Maybe. Because, like, we did manage to still alter the cage even while we were inside the stories.
Yeah.
We definitely have a lot of power there, but like, I don't know like how.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any route where you save the Echo.
I did see in the achievements where like there's a good ending where you save everyone, so like I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah, the good ending is you do literally what the Echo tells you to do the whole way.
Oh, okay. That's sort of like upsetting because that's not actually saving everyone. It doesn't save her.
Yeah, it doesn't save her.
It just saves the current universe, which, like, it's natural for things to fade and die eventually. That's just, like, how reality works. Fuck you, Echo. You are a mortal playing with, like, forces far beyond your comprehension, and, like, you paid the price for it, fucker.
Yeah, though, I mean, he knew he would have to, so.
It's true. But also, again, as he said at the end there, like, there's no reasoning with a god, even one you made. And I'm like, yeah, well, fuck you, dude. I have my own free will. Eat shit.
Yep.
I'll do what I want. And what I want is to marry that lady.
Yeah, and there you go.
So
Now
I did that
you
and
got-
made a whole bunch of new worlds with her. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Now you've got a bunch of the soundtrack and the, and a bunch of wallpapers as well.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Now that I'm outside of the thing and I'm not going to make the screen black by doing this, I can accept the gift. There we go. Just so I don't forget to do that later.
Yeah.
Like, I do want to keep streaming, but I don't know what to do now. Because you don't have Barony, and I don't know that you would like it even if you did have it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would like it necessarily.
It's like, it's a first-person, like, live-action dungeon crawler, more or less. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like, the concept and premise and systems are nothing special. It's just put together in a very, very, very well, like, good way. Like, masterfully put together. It was not masterfully put together 8 years ago, but it is now.
Fair enough.
Barony, an old game. At least I think it was released in 2016. Yes. No, 2015. It's even older than I thought. That might be the early access release date, though. I don't know.
We did pretty good, just 5 hours.
Yeah, that's a little less than we expected, but that's also because, like, this wasn't a mystery. It's not supposed to, like, go for a very long time. So,
Yeah.
there was not a lot of stuff to, like, stop and talk about.
Yeah, it was just more, holy shit, this is cool.
Yeah, like, this is really good. I really, really like the shifting mount. I don't know about that name for her, but I really like her. She's great.
Mm.
I think I'll have to,
And yeah,
What?
basically everybody, every version of the princess has somebody going, would.
Yeah, pretty much. What can we do now? I don't know. We're stuck here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Let's see.
Yeah.
If only Trig or Packer or Nate were also here, we could come up with something. Let's see, where are you on my list? There. You know you haven't changed your tag on, not tag, but your screen name on Steam to Malleable Persona yet.
Yeah, no, I hadn't changed it yet. Not sure if I will. We'll see.
Unknown. Okay, yeah, this is the music. There is Code Vein, but I've played that to death. Like, I have hundreds of hours in Code Vein. I wouldn't be opposed to like another playthrough with someone else, but also.
Yeah, I think, honestly, maybe just call it early.
Man, but I don't want to, though. It sucks. Sometimes I get this mood
Yeah, but
where I just really want to keep streaming, but like there's nothing else to do. This happens. Playing a lot of indie games, this happens a lot actually. Back when I streamed a lot more and like actually had devs giving me games and shit like that. This used to happen like all the fucking time.